Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, November the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me. See my screen. Thank you, Mr. William. And somebody in YouTube, if you could do the same, I'm pretty sure the stream has started. So somebody in YouTube, just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Well, guys, we're in for another gap down to begin anyway. Maybe this will turn into my favorite day. Maybe we'll get a recovery. But right now we're gapping down again after yesterday being blasted. So what is happening other than the ones that are moving down? I actually had to take off my sound alert. My gap downs. I mean, this is so can't even fit them all on one screen. Well, on this screen anyway, the 32K monitor can't even fit them all. These are all, yeah. I mean, that's compared to the gap up. Now, I was able to take a little bit of this thing, this CYPH. I'm going to keep looking at it later. I want to see if it can get over this 220 mark again. Now, it's not an IPO. It was LPX. It was LPPX until yesterday. I don't know if they sort of sprung this on anybody because I didn't see any news that they were going to be doing this. Anyway, this turned into CYPH yesterday, and so it is not an IPO. Thank you, Nihan, in our YouTube room. So some earnings plays. Let's take a look at TSSI, the gapping down, big gap down. Look at that gap down, 39% down on earnings. All time, no, it is not an all-time low. So TSSI, big gap down on earnings. IVVD. Now this one I almost took. I got up early enough today. Too early, but I got up early enough today. Almost took this one. Did get it. This one is actually shortable for me. Look at the number of shares in the 178 million for a $2 stock. That's a lot. That's a lot to be up. Also 46%. But there are a lot of shorts available for me to short at Interactive Brokers, over a million. So I have to wait and see to see if this really gives it up. I couldn't see any news on this one. IVVD. I couldn't see any news. Okay, so Nihan and anybody else on YouTube, you have a choice, okay? Pick this one. You've got two choices here. You're looking at you pick this one as a display. Pick this one. Okay, this is the full display. This is for mobile. Okay, so just change the your selection. This started happening on Monday. Okay, the X pawn is another one that is up 27%. Looking at the ones that are sort of bucking the trend. Don't see any news on this one, XPON. Don't see any specific news. It's had actually a nice little run. 2 days ago it was a $1 stock, 163 now. StubHub. I don't think this is their first earnings release, but it might be. This is no, I doubt it. Maybe started trading. This is an IPO back here, so this might be their first earnings release. StubHub, all-time low now. STUB. This one I missed yesterday. This was not an earnings play yesterday, but it is today. And this is the Wi-Fi, WYFI. I missed this one yesterday. A great short it was. But today it is an earnings play. Yes, I'm sorry. This was an earnings play yesterday. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is no, it is okay. Post market. So this is an earnings play today. I'm sorry. It is release earnings after hours yesterday, November 13th, post market. So I considered it an earnings play today. This was probably just moving down with the rest of the market yesterday. Gauze, G-A-U-Z. I think this is also an earnings play, and 47%. Oh, buyout here, guys. This is a buyout. CDTX is a buyout. Buyout offer from Merck, MRK. Let's take a look at what MRK is doing. Well, nice. If you're a shareholder in this company and you're kind of holding on through yesterday's mini carnage, you said, I'm going to hold on $100. Wake up to this. Wouldn't that be fabulous? MRK is buying them. A little bit weaker today. Now, this AVDL, I think there's a buyout offer, I guess. It's an unsolicited bid by Lundbeck, the private company. But this was so what they're doing is they're upping the ante because ALKS, said they were going to buy them last week, and I think it was well, when I say approved, I mean, but this company, private company, I'm sure this is a private company, Lundbeck, has up the offer. So now the ball's in ALKS's court. What are they going to do? Yeah. So how did Matt do after hours yesterday, William? Let's take a look at it. AMAP. So you down 16% at an initial pop on earnings, an initial one up to 231. I don't know how much volume that would have been right at that price, but and then it came right back down, and ever since then, just slide away. So I can't remember the last time. If this holds, let's take a look at the SPY for a while anyway. I can't remember the last time we've had. Okay, we had a couple of down days here. I'm trying to remember if we had how many days in a row. We had a few days in a row here, but somehow they didn't seem as, as dramatic as yesterday. And if this continues today, so next low looking left on the SPY is 661. Okay, Nihon, did you get it straightened away? You got your normal size now again? Just by picking the other display. Yeah, Amaze is on the move here, guys. I saw this one yesterday too. Maybe I saw it the day before. But AMZE on the move. Expected to achieve near profitability in Q4 2025. Yeah, that maybe some gold or silver plays might be in favor today, but not yet. This is gold. Yeah, not yet, not at all, in fact. So there's gold and the silver. The reason I'm saying silver, I'm seeing a bunch of silver plays like PAAS is one of them, and they're starting to sink. So there's gold and silver. Yeah, both gold and silver. So as we speak, anyway, with the market getting jittery, there's not a flight to gold and silver yet, anyway. I think this is an earnings play. SRRK, SRRK. Yeah, this is an earnings play. So let's say, I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left on the daily is 35.42. So it's got some room. Hard to commit to going long anything right now, even if it's obviously it's a great reaction to earnings today for SR, excuse me, SRRK. Yeah, the CYPH is definitely so far the one. The night, well, the one. I mean, it's. I think people are probably thinking a lot of people won't know that this is not an IPO. Ooh, okay. So getting a little action now for the. I'm not in it anymore. It was a very quick trade for me, guys. Very quick. Got over that two level. I have a price alert set at almost at the high of the day. RCAT, I think, is another earnings play, guys. Yeah, RCAT, another earnings play, and it is a lifetime low. Keep looking for these lifetime lows. You know what I've seen in the last maybe a couple of weeks? These a lot of these big gainers are all penny like sub $1 stock. Not this one, but never used to see that. Never, but it, didn't see that as much. But a lot of these stocks that are showing up here over the last couple of weeks, these are the sub $1 plays. And so if you're looking to go short, this QBTS guys, this is a two timer. So QBTS, the stock itself is probably down about 8.5%, 8.8%. So if you think a lot of these, I mean, this is a great way to play. You know, all these companies that have ETFs designed specifically for them, and there's plenty of volume. I mean, 640,000 shares right now. But remember, though, this is a two timer. So if the stock itself, QBTS, if it starts to run a bit, it goes up a percent, this is going to drop 2%, just so you know. So again, it's just a way to, you don't want to short a stock, the way you can buy. Could it turn into my favorite day? A little recovery. Doesn't have to be straight up or anything like that. Well, let's take a look at some of the sectors now, guys, that we've got this. So energy did not get hurt yesterday. Interesting. Energy did not get hurt yesterday. And I think healthcare was, yeah, healthcare was fine yesterday. It's really tech. I mean, tech got, yeah, I mean, tech had the big down day. Still way above the 200-day moving average. And communications, I'm sure, had a down day. Yeah. So, and how about the semis? Yeah. So tech is the one that got really hit. I see a Tesla is underneath, just to go away from the sectors. Tesla is underneath 400 now. Oops. Materials. So interesting. So materials finally made it above the 200-day moving average a couple of days ago, but it closed just a little bit below it. Financials, that's the one to really keep an eye on. Down day, but still way above the 200-day. Industrials, XLI. So still, most of the major sectors are still above, quite a bit above the 200-day moving average. Take a look at Staples now, XLP. Even Staples didn't have a down day yesterday. It was mainly tech. It was mainly tech, I guess, that even though the overall, even the value stocks were beaten up also. Retail, boy, retail's getting uglier. Boy, if they don't get, we're getting into the season where the retailers make a lot of their money if we're going to. So Microsoft is down 0.89%. Okay, so where's your 499? Just underneath. Yeah, so it's at 498 right now. There's a couple of daily lows there. The next low on for Microsoft is 493, approximately. That I do know. William, that I do know about Black Friday. What is it? Something like 80% of their potential profits or revenue or something is in that 2 month period, month and a half period. Maybe that's too high. Well, name a stock that wasn't Aussie. All the big tech stocks. That's what I was saying yesterday, guys. It might be for some of you, it might be very interesting to take a look at the what time is it now? 9:19. Take a look at the dot channel bar, okay, and then go down to sector status. Okay, here's our sector status. So here are the major sectors, and then you can kind of see the sectors. Wait for the open, of course, but well, here's the change from the close. Okay, so here this. So there's only one. There's three sectors: XLU, XLP, and XLE that are not negative from yesterday's close. Okay, but more importantly, once this market opens, but even now, look at energy, XLE. 90% of the stocks are up this morning. Okay, Now, it doesn't mean they're ripping. It just means that, even if they're up 0.00001% from yesterday's close, they'll be up. But it might be more interesting to take a look at the one that's down. Here's AQT. You can see this is down. This is the one that is down the most. And just take a look at it. See what's happening. Now, here's retail. 73% are down. Take a look at the ones that are up for whatever reason. Here's Orly, Cassie, Best Buy. Seriously, though, it's a great way to look at counter. Stocks are running contrary to what maybe what the overall market's doing, but their sector. And this is called sector status. I mean, look at this XLK. There's only one stock. Well, there's not one, but like 93% are down. 93% are down. Again, it doesn't mean that they're all like down 100%. It just means that they're down at least 0.001%. Look at rope. For whatever reason, ROP is not. And Intuit, is that Intuit? INTU. So just a way to look at the market a little bit differently. Materials, 77% are down. Take a look at the ones. The other thing to do though is, okay, 77% are down. What's the one that's worse? What's the one that is really down? There's ALB. As an example, okay? So might be an interesting for some of you. It might be an interesting way to look at the market all day long. Just see the stocks that are in the major sectors, see which ones are performing, and see which ones are underperforming or running counter. Remember, click on new and don't click on channel bar. Click on docked channel bar. Docked channel bar, okay? And not emphasize that enough. The reason you do that is that you see I've got a layout right here. If I click on the channel bar, I'm not going to do it. Well, I can click on the channel bar. If I load this race or this channel right now, my layout will disappear. Okay, so that's the reason why you go into the dock channel bar because while you stop, when I loaded that channel, my layout was fine underneath. So it allows you to surf through the different channels if you want, keeping your layout intact. CYCU, boy, that was I had to pop into the room. That was a nice one. End of the day, guys, a really nice one at the end of the day. I was out of the room well, I wasn't get my screen going, so you probably saw what I was looking at. I wasn't on the mic, but I had to come back in. I mean, that almost got to 5. I took this just on the break of 4. It was yesterday, late. All right, let's take a look at Walmart. William was saying Walmart is weak, like a lot of stocks, of course, but is it going to be on their trading more for other news too? So they're naming this John Furner to succeed Doug McMillan as the president. Now, this is not today. This is happening. So happening next year. Okay, guys, I'm going to get my 9:30 layout up and running. So first of all, I'm going to save my layout. Let's see if the market can have just a wee little rebound here. Okay, guys, let me get this arranged. Okay, so what you're seeing here, this is the screen I had before. The pre-market actives up had the top 15. This is now the top six. Okay, in terms of percentage moves, and this is a buyout. CDTX is a buyout. I don't think I talked about BCG. BCG buying a cap. I did see it, but I know I didn't mention it. Buying a cap. Looks like this is actually an earnings play. We don't have an earnings day for this at all. But so this looks like this is an earnings play for BCG. Why do I have two of these? This doesn't have the relative volume filter in here, so that's how I can see some of the in the compare count. Whereas this one has the relative volume filter, so that's why I would not see anything until at least 9:30. And remember, this is what I'm really waiting for all day long is the gap continuation or reversal scan has four strategies in it, four scans in it, and nothing will happen until at least 9:45. I put a delay on this. Doesn't mean they're all real-time alerts, okay? But I don't want to see anything in this window until at least 9:45. Doesn't mean I'll see anything at 9:45, but and that is just by using this time of day filter. That's how I can delay any alerts happening until at least 15 minutes after 9:30. And I've done that on purpose. You don't have to. If you want, if you have this, you can get rid of it. Problem I find, because I didn't used to do that, but the problem I found is that stocks right on the open, they can go up and down, up and down, up and down. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, I try to let things settle down a little bit. I see the TSI is challenging 10 now, guys. It's still down 36%. This is an earnings play. Trying to come back though. Nice bounce, actually. Great bounce. I mean, from 866 to 990 or so. So it's a nice bounce so far for TSI. This is shortable for me because it runs out of steam, especially at the $10 level. There's StubHub, guys. Another new low here, pre-market low. StubHub earnings playing STUB lifetime low, lifetime low. Relatively well. IPO'd last month, not last month, 2 months ago. Oh, we're open. Okay, I can get rid of this, get rid of this. All right, guys. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. Let's see what happens. See if we get a bit of a bounce here. Boy, we see a lot of stocks, especially the tech stocks that look like this, don't we? Look at SMCI. Rushed here. 53 down to 34 in what, week and a half? No, I don't know why I've got a price alert for pump. I didn't put it yesterday. Oh, I see. I thought I wanted, yeah, I don't know when I put that price alert for pump. He just got halted, guys. It's still down for the day, but it just got halted. TE just got halted on the way up. It's an earnings play. So far, our first rejection for TSSI at 10, big one. Yeah, CYCU. This is, I want to keep an eye on it. There's that five. I think I had a price alert set up here. I want to reset my price alert for it at five. Takes that out. You got a little bit of room, 560 and all. The fantasy level would be somehow take out 586, and then you've got all this up here. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but no harm in putting a price alert. Look at that. Opening bar, guys. Opening bar, wiping all this out. All that good work. Market is still definitely in sell-off mode right now. So the thing to do in this compare count window is to take a look at some of the green ones, because obviously running counter to the market. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening here on this figure. I think this is one of these ones. Yeah, stop trading as a FIGR back in 2021, and then this company wanted this symbol. Oh boy, the BMNR, isn't that's a sort of a Bitcoin play of some sort? Yeah, look at the cipher now, guys. Or not cipher, but CYPH. Well, let's see what TE could do when it comes out of its halt. So this blue window you see here, this has got nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from interactive brokers. That's showing me the halt price. Can't see the symbol, but it is TE. And this column trying to show you where it could open. No big clue. And typically they are 5-minute halts. Wow, look at that MLYS. This is, I mean, this wasn't doing this in the pre-market. A big $5 drop for MLYS, just like that. Volume came in. MLYS. Stub is making another new low. If there's any news on this, I don't see any news on. So this was, yeah, this was after the market close. Well, after 4:30, after 4 o'clock yesterday. Some director reports disposing of his shares. I don't know if that meant all of his shares or, it really didn't affect anything. Look at that. I mean, the market, this was still kind of flat. Okay, guy, I may be wrong. CYPH is back up now. CYPH is back up. As we've said, within reason, these sort of stocks don't care that much about what the market's doing, and certainly not what their sector is doing, whatever their sector is. It's not a clinical stage biopharm, okay, or biopharmaceutical. It is now some kind of a crypto play. Boy, it takes out that high, guys. I mean, you might get a lot of people interested. A little early still for me, 9:36. Upstart, okay. Some of these stocks that are reversing the trend. UPST, 39.35. That looks like the high of yesterday. 39.28 actually. So it's almost there. And then 40 would be the next high. So a little bit of room. Okay, guys, there's CYPH. I'm going to assume the float is still the same, 34 million. I see that AREN got halted. AREN got halted on the way up. So TE came out of its halt and really hasn't done much. Boy, if it gets through that halt, that initial halt price, the only difference is that this is down for the day. Most of the stocks, when they're halted on the way up, are up for the day. Makes it maybe a little easier in that people probably get a little more into it. Okay, blue bar, blue bar. Let's put a price alert just a little bit over the VWAP, okay? And see if it takes out the VWAP. See how this is creeping up now? We're at 27%. So the ABTC, guys, is American Bitcoin. Yeah, I see Bitcoin is coming back a little bit. Take a look at IBIT. So there the low was down here at 53.79. So it's having a little bit. Ooh, the SPY even. Could it be possible, guys? Could it be possible that it'll actually have a mini recovery day? Ons from yesterday. ONDS. This was another nice one from yesterday. Yesterday's high was 734. If you can take that out, 764 is the next high. So again, nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:45. Okay, another 5 minutes, and that is by design. A little bit like our AI. Nothing will happen in this one until 9:40. Doesn't mean there's going to be an alert at 9:40, but nothing will happen before then. So the problem is, do we trust this bounce? Do we trust this bounce? That's the problem right now. All right, Nova, NVA, little move here, guys. Next high looking left, a lot of room. Boy, if this could ever look at the room it's got, 1143 for Nova, NVA, headquartered in Melbourne. All right, AMPG, AMPG. This is now. I know it's an AI. It's an alert from our AI. Um, to me, there's just too much resistance. Not that far away, 330. Now, if it can somehow get through that, no, I'm not trying. If you like it, you don't think there's. I mean, I've got 1, 2, 3 days at least. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there. Oh boy, what a short that would have been. I did not take it, but TSSI rejected at 10. Whoops, the rejection at $10. Earnings play. Guys, there is the CYPH. I'm not in it, but there it goes. CYPH. I mean, there's your high now, 240. Even Stubb's having a bounce. StubHub's STUB earnings play. It's even having a bounce. Come on. Need about an hour. Doesn't have the bars don't have to be huge, just sort of a steady move. Give some- give give us a little confidence to go long in some of these things. Oh, I thought you meant here's TOI. For some reason, I was thinking of TOS. Okay, there's TOI, 365, too close for me anyway. Okay, boy, can we trust this move? Can we trust this move? Another couple of minutes. So what might happen here is we may get a lot of reversals, like gap down and reversals, if the market does keeps doing this. Okay, stocks that gap down, and then they're starting to reverse. See how we're getting more green here? What that 41% means is that since 9:30, when this started, 41% of the tickers that you're seeing here could be duplicates, of course, like QMCO over and over again, are green. 59%. Remember, at the very beginning, it was virtually all red. And, look at this, the gap down and reverse, as I said, you're gonna get a lot of gap down and reversals. Hardly had any of these yesterday. Oh, look at that move, guys, from our AI. SRRK, 37.16, a dollar move. That is an earnings play. CYPH, Pepe, I've got that issue again where for some reason the system sounds don't show up. Problem is such an active one. I liked the beep. Wow. Well, look at that TE guys now. Look at that. It could even go positive now. Oh, oh, thank you. Well, I'm going to be shamelessly cheering this market on. Go, go, go. Look at all these. I mean, that's what I thought would happen. Gap down and reverse. I mean, with the market having gap down and then reversing. Problem is, there's just so many. So there's too many to choose from. How? That's so weird. Yes, AVDL is a buyout. Well, okay, so it is a buyout, okay? But so what happened here is that ALKS, they made a bid for them, and it looked like it was going to get accepted. You could see how AVDL was flatlining basically for a few couple of weeks, but then another company called H Lundbeck has put in another bid for a higher bid for them. So that's why you're seeing this. Okay. Okay, so now here's a gap down and go. Okay, so here's TSSI. I have to take a hard look at this shorting this one now, guys. This is an earnings play. Yeah, it had a nice pop. Rejected at 10. A lot of shares available for me. 600,000 shares. So again, guys, here is AMPG right at a critical area right here. You can see three daily highs. Definitely interested in this one, guys. All right, in this short of TSSI, I have not had a lot of success the last couple of days at shorting. Boy, look at all these gap down and reversals. Here's the lone gap down and go. The lone gap down and go. And that is the TSSI. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna take some off here. And then I'm gonna try to hold on. I'm talking about the TSSI short. It's gone very parabolic on the way down. Well, okay. Look at this. Look at this. Come on. Don't give it up. Maybe we go positive. Wouldn't that be incredible? Okay, well, so it was a very quick trade for me in the TSSI, guys. It's basically where I shorted it. So glad I took some off. I'm going to keep an eye on it later. I'm going to put a price alert down in this area here. If you're talking to me, or it was TSSI, it wasn't STTI. I was short. Showed up right there. Wow. Look at all these reversal plays now. I thought maybe it wouldn't reverse TSSI because it has news on its own. It's an earnings play. Well, I thought, it'll be down on earnings regardless, but because you look at some of these stocks like Zeta, there was no the reason it was down. I mean, you could just argue that the whole market was down, so this was being dragged down. Now that the market's having a little recovery, you're getting these plays. But this was not down for a specific reason. In other words, it wasn't earnings, wasn't bad news. Boy, look at that TE. I mean, that would have been. Here's that LFS from a couple of days ago. It halted on the way up. Okay, LFS halted on the way up, and the next high looking left is 689. Give me one moment, Kai. Look at all the bounces. Even like StubHub. I mean, this is a terrible earnings play for it, but it's just being dragged along with all the bounces. I'm actually looking for something counter. Okay, I'm going to explain this. Well, okay, first of all, I'm going to go over my homepage right now. Okay, and showing you all the information you can find on my homepage, including these two right here: the compare count window and the gap window. Okay, looking at my homepage or clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So, as always, at the top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my code Barry15. You will get 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And that applies to both our plans, our standard and our premium plans. Okay. All I ask, please use my code. Helps if at some time in the future you're going to take out a subscription. It really helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo code usage. They see my code being used enough, they'll keep the rooms free. For those of you who are on YouTube, okay, just to let you know, there is another trading room. Okay, you can stay on YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a lot more action or activity, interaction amongst with other traders, this is the room to be in. Okay, it's free. Also, if you're new to all this, welcome. This is the format. So this room is open at quarter to 7 Eastern time. And I've been opening YouTube a little bit earlier, actually. I try to get it open by about 8:30, but have been opening a little earlier. I do not get on the mic, though, until 9 o'clock for both rooms. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so I'm not getting up at quarter to 4 to open this room, but Obi does it, okay, in the trading room. Obi does that. Now, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But even after I leave, most days William in this room will keep the room open after I leave. I just have to find out today what time he did. He doesn't have to, okay, but I'll find out what time he is planning to keep the room open to, if at all. Scroll down. If you clicked on my homepage link, keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Now, it is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it, excuse me, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And before you contact us, okay? First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section right there. Getting started with trade ideas. You have to do this first. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start off on that second with the second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Okay. Program's not for everybody, but the only way to find out is by trying us. But you can at least take a look at these videos and they'll give you an idea about what the capabilities are. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, there are 15 of them. If you're new to trading, all free. And if you are looking for my information that you're seeing and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, custom scans. So here is the gap continuation or reversal scan right here. This is the biggest movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. Here's the halts resumes. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And here's the gap continuation or reversal right here. So I do have other things that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running. I've got a momentum scan you might want to take a look at, the Pepe combo scan. I have a couple of races. Again, I don't have them up and running, but doesn't mean you can't take a look at them. So if you have any questions about any of this, don't be shy. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. The only thing I really can answer if you have an accounting type question, but I can direct you to the people who can. All right, so this is a gap down and go, not unlike the TSSI earlier. Let's take a look at the market, what the market is doing. It's still, I mean, we can't expect, blue, blue, blue the entire time. Ah, shoot. Now look at Tissy. Not in it anymore. Which leads me to believe that the SOC, it's not quite a lifetime low, guys, but it may as well be. I mean, the lifetime low looks like around 458 for SOC. Stable offshore. Oh, no. Well, look at this now. Now, big gap down and go. Here's another, so here's one, a gap down. I'm sorry. A gap down in reverse. I'm sorry. This is what we've been seeing all day. What I'd love to see is a gap up and reverse. So remember, there are 4 scans in here. There's a gap up and go. Haven't seen one. Gap up and go means the stock gapped up and the time of the alert it was moving higher. A gap down and reverse, which is exactly what happened for most of these stocks. A gap down and then the reversal, basically following the market. Then the gap up and reverse. That's what I'm really, stock that gapped up. Not too many though. Not too many stocks gapped up because of the market earlier on. But if there are any, you'll see them in yellow, gap up and reverse. And then the gap down and go, which is like a tissy, which is gap down. Remember now, the gap's the first print of the day. It had to be a certain dollar value and it had to be a certain percentage and other filters. And then at the time of the alert, it was making a new low. That's why TSSI is now showing up again. So if you want to see them all, then you can keep them all checked, but maybe you don't care about some of them. Maybe you only want to see reversal plays as an example. So you could uncheck the gap up and go and the gap down and go, or maybe those are the two you want to see. Maybe you only want to go long. So these in theory, the gap up and go and the gap down and reverse, those are a couple of long opportunities. It's up to you. You don't have to have them all checked. Yeah, well, when I saw this MLYS, this was a big pop up. Now this is a big drop. That was a pretty big, maybe not. No, it was almost going positive. That's what I was looking at. Here's where it closed. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see where it closed yesterday. It was always below. I thought it was getting close to where it closed yesterday. Okay, now here's another gap down and go. VSTM did have the recovery. Now, so my issue is that the 200-day moving average is fairly close. I wish it weren't there. 200-day moving average is at 702. So 30 cents. I mean, obviously, if it got right down to it, that'd be great. But another halt, guys. HCWB just got halted on the. I'm sorry, resume. No, just got halted right now. HCWB just got halted on the way up. CYCU, guys. CYCU. So if you're looking for the more active, okay, more active ones that can have like big moves, this is for you. The movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Okay, I'm not saying you won't get ones in here, but you're not going to get quite the big percentage moves, and they're not all going to be big percentage moves. But if a stock is really moving, you'll probably see it in here in this ticker. in the scroll. These are all real-time alerts. Well, he's got room, guys. It's an earnings play, actually. CGON is an earnings play. It has some room. Wow, $5 now for CYCU. Now the next high looking left is 510. Takes that out. The next high is 553. But a bad lift off the open, or not the open, but the low down here about last week, $2. Wow, that down and go. DJT, is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. This looks like this is a lifetime low, basically a lifetime low right now. DJT, lifetime low. Not quite. Wow. This is not bouncing with the market. Just give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back again. Boy, CYCU guys, this is definitely a monster. Well, let's take a look at the market. I mean, we can't expect again, just well, at least we had one, two, three, four, five, almost well, about half an hour, half an hour of recovery. We didn't have anything like that yesterday. Nothing even remotely like that yesterday. Now, will it remain? I don't know. Okay, so Gemini is a gap down and reverse. The next high looking left is way up there, guys, 1368. It has a ton of room. So if the market continues in this recovery mode, I mean, I can't take it now. It's too a little too parabolic, maybe a little pullback, but you can just see. I mean, it may just keep moving without me. Boy, look at this now, guys. It went from very bleak at the beginning of the day. All this red was down about 90% of the symbols coming through were red. Now look at this. What a turn of events. 61% now green. Yeah, this may just run without me. Figure guys, FIGR. Again, this is this one that looks a little crazy. You know, this was not stop trading as FIGR in 2021. That's why this was not a big gap down. Let me pass that on to the guys. I thought they were trying to fix stuff like this. All right, twist. Wow, look at the room it's got. I mean, a lot of these are going to look like this. Now, this is an earnings play. It's down though, you know. I mean, it's trying to recover somewhat, but it is an earnings play. It's still down 11%. Not quite convinced. I want to take something that is down so. I don't mind taking the gap down in reversals when there's no news, but you know, this has news. It's an earnings play, and the reaction was not good. So this could be down, you know, regardless of what the market was doing. Okay, this is the curve. This is the one that had. Okay, this is that yesterday's high. So didn't somebody say they had their whatever they do? It was accepted by the FDA. and that's Kura, Kura. It was yesterday's action. Oh, there's no question. The trade of the week got stopped out a long time ago. All right. Well, let's take a harder look at. William is saying they have enough cash to bring the drug to market. Well, let's see. On the monthly chart, boy, look at the room it's got, guys. 1979. What about on the weekly chart? Can't see anything on the weekly. Boy, a 12 break might get this. Stick a price alert just over 12. This is a very cheap earnings play, guys. GWH, very cheap earnings play. Wow. IMSR, this is not a lifetime low. Well, I don't know where it would be. I guess it's, I mean, it says, so I don't know. I think this may be again, a symbol name change or something because it doesn't say this is a lifetime low, even though it's at the low here. It looks like it started trading as, looked like an IPO, but I don't believe it. Well, William, if you haven't learned by now, it's not going to happen. As that for brutality. Boy, how much? Yeah, a lot of shares available, guys, for this one, IMSR for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, see, the Jemmy did not pull back for me at all. It just kept moving. Yeah, I'm getting interested, but look at the spread now, 1091, 1107 now for the IMSR. That spread really widened once it got a little bit below 11. All right, guys, Kura. Well, William, I'm going to trust your analysis on it. Okay. That's the KURA. So FDA approval, but William also said they appear to have enough cash to take it to the market. Now there is a little, okay, there's an R there. That means that sometime in this month, Okay, when was that? That was back in November. So a year ago, sometime, some daily, there's a daily high that is right here, which is 120, 1225. So what I'm going to do is I've taken some off. The minute I saw that, okay, taken some off in case it cannot break that daily high. It's somewhere in this month, a year ago. It may not matter at all. Maybe it's probably just one day, but well, I don't know that. I don't know that for sure. And then I'll try to ride this wave. Yeah. So Michelle, it used to be LPTX, okay, and then I think they surprised everybody. Um, there used to be LPTX, but then yesterday it turned into CYPH. So Michelle's asking, is CYPH new? Okay. So it actually started trading yesterday as CYPH. Kura. Wow. Okay. Thank you, William. What somewhat convinced me was the fact you said they had enough money to bring it to market. So I mean, I'm not saying, but there is the next high on the monthly chart. That's about a year ago, almost 20. Not saying it's getting there. Boy, look at all these. Wow, guys, this market. Look at this market. This could be the day. I mean, this could be this could be my favorite day. The gap down and then a reversal. Look at all these gap down and reversal plays. Yeah, Bitcoin's had a bit of a resurgence, not a huge one, but a bit of one. I mean, it's still down 1,300, 96,000. So I'm looking, you can see some of the Bitcoin plays, BTDR, Riot, even Wi-Fi this not a Bitcoin play, but Wi-Fi, WYFI, earnings play, coming back. But poor GWH, this is an earnings play and it's not, no bounce, no bounce. So this is the don't repeat version of this. So what I can do, I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened from the first alert? This is the first alert. You can see right back here, there's the earliest alert you'll get, 9:45. And so I can go back and say, okay, what happened from that alert? There's the price. What happened? Now there's way, 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 way too many. I mean, you know, I thought this might happen. Might get just a ton of them right at 9:45, just because of what the market was doing. Really? On a Friday? Yeah. Any of note? So William is saying there's a bunch of after-hour earnings plays. Typically, companies typically do not well, I don't wanna say bona fide companies, but there's usually a reason why why a company, wants to release after hours on a Friday. This PGen has been on fire all day, guys. Yeah, PGen has been on fire all day. It's an earnings play. I remember seeing this early when this was still a sea of red in this, scroll. This DFD, this is a tough one. This Defy Development. I'm always amazed that there are shares available. 1.78 million shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. Whoa, this actually bounced this IMSR. I was looking to take this one short, and the reason I didn't was because the spread widened, and so I was backing off. And now I'm glad the spread widened. Otherwise, I would have taken this short right around 1090. But look at this bounce now for IMSR. So this went from being a gap down and go to a gap down and reverse the IMSR. Market is still in a happy mood. Wow, IMSR just absolutely ripped here, guys. Look like it's going to go positive. Wi-Fi, the same thing. I think it's going to go positive. Maybe not. It's still down a dollar. Earnings play. So I guess OKLO is up a point. I'm sorry, up 2.5%. So if you think, excuse me, if you think that OKLO is going to continue in a bit of recovery mode, there's a way in which you can play it by buying this, and you'll get double the move. Okay, I'm not saying to do it, but OKLO, it's an ETF designed specifically for, OKLL, specifically designed for OKLO, and plenty of volume. Spread is a little bit, yeah, spread is not great. Let's take a look at OKLO. A lot more expensive. I mean, another one, guys. I mean, there's just a ton of room in all these, not all of them necessarily, but the gap down in reverse, just because of what happened yesterday. There's the pony. I mean, it's obviously a lot of room, a dollar, but it's just gone parabolic. Now, this one is an earnings play, actually. BCG, we do not have it as an earnings play. Bina Capital, Wealth Management Services, coming. You see what it did? It got right into the 200-day moving average. That's that blue line on my daily chart, right into it. Boy, look at IMSR. You talk about a pop. A very short period of time, going from about 1090 all the way up to 12. 1331 is the next high on a well, this month, sometime this month, I guess. Well, it's right there. I'm sorry. Yesterday's high. Yesterday's high is 1331 for IMSR, but it's gone parabolic. All right. I have no idea when I put this alert, CMBM. So you can kind of see why I put it though. I don't know when I put it. Could have been any one of these days. CMBM. So it's taken out that high right there, 357. And then when you look left, of course, it's got all this room to 681. Not saying it's going to get there, but this is on the move and on volume, guys. On volume. Look at the volume and look at the market. Look at this market. I'm going to have to put a price alert. We're going to do some quick addition. Say 672. Just so active. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:40. So what I'm going to do now, I just want to. I think Steve will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about an hour and 20 minutes. So I always like to confirm that ahead of time. So let's see what sort of recovery Tesla's had. So from the low of today, 382 to $4, a little over four. Yeah, you're right. It's been straight up since the open. There's that. There's your night there. Well, actually, not exactly. Remember what was happening before the open. There's the 930 bar. It looked like we're having this nice little recovery, got into the VWAP, and then that opening bar was red, and it looked like, oh man, okay, it's wiped all this out. Then we had this 935 bar and said, okay, wipe that out. It's been since 935 that we've had that. But that first 930 bar didn't look good. Didn't look good at all. There you go. 5 minutes after. But seriously, don't you remember this? Remember this? I mean, that looked really bad. That looked, oh man, wiping all this good work out, as I jokingly called it right there, that little move. And then that bar hit and look, oh man. And that's where it closed. I mean, it closed down here. It's not like it, well, you can see it because it was red. But after that, yeah. Well, the problem with this, of course, there was just so many that showed up here. And I could not isolate just a couple. You know what? This has not had a bounce on the alert happened at 11:48 for DJT. Is not really had a bounce. So there's been some selling. I'm just looking here. Nunes surrendering 62,000 shares. Why do they say surrendering? So here are all the some sells. Guys, keep an eye on ENGS. It is just over 20 now, and the next high is 264. There is a ton of room, obviously. Okay. And spread is great. Volume is pretty good, 800,000, but you can see the volume bar that came in right here on the 5 minute, and that is ENGS. I would, I mean, watch. I mean, can it pull back just a little? And it's all about the room. I mean, obviously, there's your fantasy level way up here, but even looking left, 264, that's plenty of room on a percentage basis. Are you serious, William? Because then there were a lot of margin call if that's the case, there are a lot of margin calls. I did not know that. Well, you can see, I mean, I'm just looking here. This guy surrendering, Glabe surrendering, Novatsky surrendering, Nunes, but then they're registering and then they're surrendering. So I don't understand. I don't well, they have to register in order to sell them. I don't understand, but that's what I was looking at. All right, little pullback now for maybe okay, a little bit of a pullback now for ENGS. Okay, so we're not in such a chase mode right now. There we go, guys. Yeah, my SPY triggered. I put it at the close of yesterday, so it just triggered. We've actually gone positive. What a what a move! 663, so a 10-point move from the low, approximately. No, another one. I see this one because I've got a thumbnail. Look at this move for Applied Digital, APLD. Still has a lot of room, $26. So a lot of these ETFs, guys. Here's RGTI ETF. So RGTI, the stock is up about 5.4%. This is up 10.8%. If you think it's going to keep moving, there's your next high. Got room. I mean, $91, $90 or so. Still has room. I don't think you can, Ritz. Now, it depends what you mean by a chart drawing. Are you talking about, let me put, I'll put a horizontal line here, okay? Now that horizontal line, now it's possible it's not, I can't remember if it's going to show up in the browser based ones. Okay, it did show up here, and I'm sure it's going to show up. Well, it's not going to show up here because I put it at 365, and we're out of range here. So if I wanted to get rid of this one on these two charts, should be able to just go left, go up to the line. When the icon changes, left click on your mouse and then hit delete on your keyboard, and they'll disappear. Okay. Now that's only on these charts. Okay. If you're asking, to remove it from every single chart, well, You mean en masse? So if you had a bunch of so is this what you mean? Notice I do not use this. Oh, no, there's no way to do it on different symbols. No. You mean like if I go to, ORL no, I don't think there's any way to do that. You have to go one by one because there's no option that says, "Okay, delete like a horizontal line on every single symbol." There's no option like that unless Pepe chimes in and says there is. Yeah, I'm virtually unless Pepe says there is, I don't think there's any way you can do that. Okay? Today would have been a day to chase. Chase, chase, chase. It didn't matter. Could not do it, of course. Yeah. Thank you, Pepe. I didn't think so. Ah, but that's good to know. So there is a way to remove all the markups without going one by one. You can see I don't use markups really at all. So what you're saying is if I create a markup here and I create a markup here, ah, right there, remove all markings. Who knew? Yeah, remove all markups. Okay, but that's just for the symbol. Okay, at least you can do that. Of course you knew. Who knew? So many stocks that have a lot of room because of what happened yesterday with these bounces or reversals. All right, it is going to be Steve. So Steve will be taking over for me at about noon Eastern from in our YouTube room. Yeah, definitely missed the boat on this IMSR on that tremendous bounce. All right, still hanging on to my Kura, guys. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. For my homepage, Michelle. Give me a moment. I'll just put it's on my homepage. And it's not great. I mean, it's great until it's very active. It's too active. Okay. Not usually this active, but based on the day, could almost predict it. So if you go to my homepage link, just Scroll down until you get to the scan section, and here it is, gap continuation or reverse. Okay. Now, if you load it right now, anybody listening to me and wanting to load this right now, you are only going to see the last ones. You're not going to see all the ones that happened starting at 9:45. Okay, just so you know. So if you might say, because if you load it and say, "Hey, how come it doesn't look like yours?" That's why. You'll see the last one, but you will not see all the ones that started. Now, I also have put a notice. The first alert happens at. I'd have to even okay. I'd have to do a the first alert happens at actually 9:45. I'd have to do scroll down. It's only showing me the first alert happens at 9:45, and that's by my design. Okay, I don't want to see them at 9:30. Imagine if I'd seen them at 9:30. Bad enough at 9:45. You don't have to do that though. If you want to, if you want to, I just want to show you what I'm talking about. So if I right click and then go to configure all and then edit the selected, notice time of day 15. What that means is don't show me an alert until at least 9:45, 15 minutes after the market opens. Okay, that's what that means. If you don't like that, you can take it out. Just delete it. Just do this, okay, and then say okay. Obviously, I do want that, but you don't have to. But this is overactive today, just because of what's happened today. It's not normally like this. So, Pepe, I'm going to keep asking you how you're doing every single day until you tell me, okay, enough. I'll let you know. Okay, maybe this one, i.e., this just showed up. Okay, just showed up. And the next high is 1368. Okay. Okay, I'm definitely interested in this one. Okay, it's not parabolic. Talking about the IE, it's got some room, obviously, to the next high, 1365. It is just showing up. How can I tell? Because right there, this is the don't repeat. This is the first time it's showing up. IE. That is. So all I'm doing, I'm just watching to see how well it's holding this 13 level. Bid ask right now is 1302, 1308. That's some day mining guys, HBM. Some of these little mining plays. Another Highcroft is another mining play. HYMC. What does IE do? Ivanhoe Electric. Okay, this is it's a big float. Pretty big float. 108 million in the float for IE. Okay, so I don't want to stare at it. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert around 1307 and see if it gets back up there. Okay. Doesn't mean I'm going to take it if it hits 1307. I just want to see if it gets there and what the bid ask would be at that point. 1A, 1G. Okay. Wow. What a halt. I mean, what a halt at 474. And it opened at 690 or got up to 690. Still down for the day, down 32% for the day. This is one of those China companies, okay? I don't think there was any news on this one. They just decided that, you know what, enough is enough. And I don't know how long that took. That was sitting at $10, and then a gap. Wow, I'd be really careful trying to play a bounce on this one. Though it looks like it wants to come right back. Look at the potential open, 860 from 690. Okay, guys, I'm in the IE. That is an id est or something. How to remove a price alert? There's several ways you can do it. This is how I do it. If I want to remove that, I just go up to the point at it when I get the icon changing to this. I left click on my mouse and hit delete, and it'll take it out. There are other ways, okay, but that's what I do quickly. Okay, so if I create a price alert and it's up here, and I, for whatever reason, I want to get rid of it, left click. I just again move the pointer until it turns into this icon, and then left click on my mouse, delete. And okay, I think there's a faster way, but that's I don't. The other way to do it, if you want to do it on mass, more on mass, you can go to your price alert window. I don't have any right now, but well, I have some down here. No, I don't have any active ones right now. But if I had a couple of, if I put a price alert here, see how it shows up at the bottom of my price alert window. Imagine I had a bunch of these triggered though, like I usually do, and then I just you can do something like this and get rid of them all at once. Just highlight it, and then right click and delete the 13 selected, things like that. Okay. Okay, yeah, you're right. It's red right now. I'm gonna watch my IE. It's a little below where I took it. I wonder how, if they're gonna get very affected by the market. Probably. Start watching now these bounces, the, reversals, gap down and reversals, they may start to come back down again. So you can start looking at some of these as potential, reversals from the reversal. I've taken myself out of the IE just because I think it could follow the market. Again, I may be wrong. I mean, this might be just a momentary blip down. Well, I'm not saying it's going to completely collapse again, the market, but some of these stocks are just following the SPY very, very closely. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I know Shady is trying to give you some advice here on the SYPH. I mean, I concur. I mean, the only reason is, I mean, you don't know what's going to happen to this. I mean, this is, in theory, a new issue. It's not LPTX from previous. Also, who's your broker? Who's your broker, Hermes? Because I don't have shorts available for at Interactive Brokers. I have no shorts available for CYPH. So just out of curiosity. So E-Trade has shorts available. Interesting. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, there's another one, guys. NUAI, just over the whole number of 5, and wow, it's got a lot of room, a lot of room. 470, and it's kind of coming out of consolidation. This NUAI. So it's not like you feel like I'm really chasing it. Was I muted when I said I got back into the IE? Oh, I was. Okay, sorry. So anyway, here the NUAI. I mean, I call that pretty decent consolidation right now. So now what I'm trying to do is find these ones that are sort of they're not parabolic right now, and they're maybe over a little bit over a whole number. Okay, but they're not parabolic right now. Like NUAI was not parabolic, in my opinion. It was sort of basing for quite a while. Now here's Pony just over the whole number also. And next high is around 1350, 1360. A little bit of room. Now, I have no illusions that these things are going to keep moving, but I'm just trying to carve out a little bit of profit from these sort of things. At least it's gone positive. It just went positive. In fact, I didn't even see that. So this has gone positive by a penny, less than a penny. Call it flat. So here's a silver play, SSRM, silver play, or gold. Well, here's gold and silver. Sorry, this is a gold company. I thought this was a silver company, but they've got silver also, but I guess predominantly this is a gold company, and that is SSRM. Well, the CYPH is on the move again, guys. Really on the move again. I've got it here. You can see there's a red bar ignored. We've got that up. We've got the uptrend. We have a pause in the uptrend. That red candle or red bar you see there, and then the trend continues. Sort of a red bar ignored. Orla, okay, another one just over the whole number. Is it sort of? Yeah, I mean, look at this, 1263. Not bad. Not bad, guys. Orla Mining. So some of these mining companies are, I see a bunch of them. EQX, HBM, um, some of the gold plays, SSRM. I was wondering about that, Hermes. I'll get rid of it, okay? Okay, guys. NUAI, yeah, I'm still positive on it. I wanted to get into the 430s. I did not. IE is still working for me a little bit. The Orla, which I just taken, is basically where I took it at 1211. So just waiting to see if we're going to have a pop, move with the market a little bit. So it's unusual for me to be, well, I have to count the Kura. I'm actually in four trades at the same time. NUAI, IE, Orla, and Kura. Kura is more, I don't know what I'm going to do with that one. Boy, these just continuing reversing, guys. FLNC, Run, Pony, a couple of silver plays, AG, SA. So this is what's giving me hope in the Orla. I'm seeing, some mining plays right here. Hecla, HL. Shoot, I did not take the CY, PH. Another one, well, this is coal, but call it mining. I didn't really ask you, William, are you in the Kura right now? Kura? Are you actually in it? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Well, I do thank you for it. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I am back. I'm gonna have to lighten that. Well, 11:27. There's no way I'm gonna hold four stocks while I'm on my break. Probably keep well, as long as the Kura keeps doing what it's doing. But my the one I'm probably more than likely going to get rid of would be the NUAI. Still working for me, but how about TRAW? TRAW. What is this doing? 467. So how much room does it have? 267. Not a lot of room. What an crazy how active this is. Probably driving you guys. If you've loaded this, it's probably driving you crazy. You may want to try the don't repeat. Okay. It's just basically duplicating this and then putting it on don't repeat for the day. So you can see the first time you got the alert. Another mining company, another one, ARMN. Next high looking left is 1181. Just give me a moment, please. Hey, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 11:33. I don't know. Let's see. I'll just do a. Yeah, there's only one in the room, so I don't know what to say. All right, guys. Well, I've got these all thumbnailed. I've got four charts in a row: Kura, NUAI, IE, and Orla. I don't know. There's been an issue before like this, but I'll ask Sebastian. Yeah, but I'll ask Sebastian. Is there not a way to, you have to have a unique username? I do remember. It's not an epidemic, but I do remember Pepe. Yes. Well, let me ask him to see. All right, guys, 11:36. So in about 25 minutes, I'll be taking a break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Boy, I mentioned this one a lot earlier, guys. This was a beauty. I didn't take it, but boy, what a beautiful run it's been on. Look at this applied digital. Follow the wave up. Really has not. It did not have a little drop. Well, maybe that little drop right there. Yeah, market is still in massive rally mode. And look at that now, up to 230. Remember, this was down to about 662 before, so it's a 12-point move. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys, I just contacted Sebastian, see what he says regarding, basically forcing people to create unique names. So I'd have to go through the database of who's in there now and prevent people from taking the same name. Don't know. Never. It's not. It's just not been an epidemic, so I haven't really thought about it. All right, guys. Well, my world is starting to move a little bit here. Probably what I'll get rid of is the IE and the NUAI, and hold on to the Orla and the Kura, KURA. Okay, guys, I'm getting rid of the. I got rid of the. Well, got rid of the IE. Okay, and I'm still have the NUAI in case it has one little thrust into the 30s, and I'm holding on to the Orla. Kura, I don't know, it's starting to drift down a little bit. I've taken some off before. I'm in around the 1210 mark, so and I just really continue to watch the SPY. I don't want to see the SPY put in a giant red bar. If it does, then I'll probably get out of everything. I read that this morning that Netflix and others were looking to put together a proposal. I don't know if it was Netflix and others or Netflix and or others looking to buy WBD. Comcast and Netflix to prepare bids. So I don't know if that means they're going in together or they're a rival. Sounds like it could be Comcast, 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 and Netflix are trying to go in. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, I put this in the pre-market. Comcast and Netflix preparing bids for Warner Brothers. So I'm assuming they're competing bids. Ah, okay. Sebastian said he'll look into it and get back to me. Okay, so there you go. So we're back to normal regarding when I send an email or something to Sebastian, he promptly answers. Sebastian, for those that don't know, is the creator of this room. Okay, I got to look at StubHub now. I mean, it's had a nice little run with the market coming back. But remember, it's an earnings play, and it wasn't good. Had the market not done this, my guess is that StubHub never would have had this sort of a recovery. Still down 21% because this is an earnings play. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had to have something to eat, so I all of a sudden had that just come on me, and I just had to have something to eat. So, what's happening now? I am still in the NUAI. That was the one I was going to dump, but I think I'm going to hold that one. I'm not leaving my. I'll be at my computer, so I'm not going to leave. I'll be working out, but in front of my computer. So that's an issue. Don't have to worry about that. Probably, I don't know. I mean, even the IE looks, but the NUAI has a chance. Look at this ARMN. A lot of stocks that look like this now, kind of resting a bit and just go into late day runs as long as the market keeps doing this. This is an earnings play. This gauze is come all the way back. Excuse me, it has not come all the way back. When I say all the way back, it's still negative, but look at this. I mean, it got down to $2, 325. So even these crazy little ones are having like a gap down and reverse. Now, I might be wrong about StubHub, but I'm going to take. I'm still thinking about shorting this one. Now, I'd like to see this turn orange, though. Okay, I want to see that blue wave turn orange. Maybe later on, just because it's an earnings play and it's not good. Now, this was an early one. I didn't take this one, the SOC. This did not have a bounce, really, not at all. Still looks good, a little pullback for the CYPH, a little pullback, but it still looks good. Okay, guys, so it's 11:55. I put my announcement in, and then I'll put the YouTube link in. Steve will be there in about 5 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes from now. Alms for the poor. Let's see now. ALMS. I have to take a look at NUAI. Well, there we are. Thank you. And see where could it now that's the next high looking left 470. So still has room riding the wave. So I've decided I will hold this one while I'm on my break. And I've got rid of the IE. All right, guys, I'm just waiting now for Steve to show up. So Pepe, there's no way, again, with the properties actions, I could not get these working. They were working fine yesterday. So I probably have to reboot my computer, right? I like the little beep. I have to put a sound on it that is very annoying over and over and over again. The beep was melodious. So remember this used to happen a while back? And it did my update on Wednesday and was fine yesterday. So I don't know. Boy, Pony, I mean, I saw this one just over 11. There's so many like this today, guys, that are just, you almost just throw a dart. There he is. Okay, guys, I just heard a little pop. So I think Steve is in our YouTube room right now. So I put the YouTube link in. So you're going to head over and listen to Steve. And I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Okay. And now I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez to our YouTube room.
Hello.
Hello. Right. Hello.
I was just kind of staring at the new studio. I haven't seen it yet. Today's my first day with that new vision.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. I was confused. Anyway, now,
when you saw the first SPY bar at 9:30, what did you think?
Well, I can tell you exactly. I will tell you exactly. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. The trading gods were smiling on me. Why? Because I came in today all cash. And boy, did I have my finger on the trigger. I bought some Tesla pre-market and a couple other things. But I told myself, very first tick, Steve, we're either going to just release and go to hell, or we're so oversold, these gap downs, I've seen it a million times, are going to be a gift. I feel like it's going to be a gift. So I watched the first couple of ticks, saw some green, immediately went to my sector ETF, change from the open. And I saw some of the gold stocks, some of the Iranian stocks. So I'm in some of those plays. I'm going to talk about all this. I was going to walk through exactly what I was doing on this open because it was a very unique open.
Well, I'm looking in the pre-market. I don't know if you were looking at the pre-market at all, but if you look at a 5-minute chart at 8:45, this is Eastern time. Okay, so 8:45 Eastern time, we had a little run to 9:10, and it looked like maybe we're going to have that bounce, but then at 9:30, that first 5-minute candle looked like it wiped everything out. I was shoot. But then the next one rescue, and we haven't looked back since that 9:35 5-minute candle. We have not looked back. And I did not think. I thought, oh man, that first 5-minute candle is wiping everything out again.
And considering from where we've come, and such an oversold, and the fear index and the VIX was spiking.
Yeah.
When you get those gap downs like this, I've been around long enough, as I was going to talk about, to know that you need to think quick and act quick if you want it, because the longer you wait, the harder it is to chase.
Well, I've got a gap continuation or reversal scan up and running. And so the gap down and reverse, I mean, it was too much. I mean, there was like about 100 stocks coming in all at once. But by the way, Steve, do you know how to help 3 Sharps regarding the display?
I'm getting into the live right now. I like to use the YouTube so I can see the chats in the YouTube.
Okay. It's just, it's just a matter of picking the full screen.
Where are we? Which one is it? I see which question is it? I don't see it.
So it's 3 Sharps. He's saying, why is the display truncated? How to change it?
Oh, you're talking about YouTube? You're talking about YouTube?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay, sure. I'm happy to help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. Because that's why I didn't see him in the room. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
Okay, Steve, we'll see you in about an hour.
All right, you got it.
Okay,
this is for you. I'm going to our live. And the way it is now, all you viewers, you've got 2 choices, live. This is if you're on mobile. It'll give you a better mobile experience. We got 8 people in the room right now. If you don't like this experience, just pound out of there and come on over to this one, and this will give you the full desktop version. It's something that StreamYard did to us. So we just want to go along with the changes they made and just kind of let everybody know. So I'm gonna put it back on our room here, and I'll bring this tab back over so I can monitor what you guys are talking about. All right. So welcome everybody. Happy Friday. I hope. Might have been nervous for a lot of people on the open. CYPH. So this is a new IPO. All I have to go on a new IPO like that, I got nothing on the daily. And at this moment exactly, it's pulling back to the only indicator I have, which is this 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. As long as it holds that, I would agree with you. But kind of hard to go by on that one. So I'll repeat kind of what I was talking about with Barry, because I think it's worth really understanding. And hello, everybody. So yesterday, I think I saw some of you guys talking to Andy. I was trying to apply the balances, and I got run over in Tesla yesterday. I really thought that might have been it. But in hindsight, the break of the 50 SMA and the close below was really ominous. So I went home in full cash yesterday. And boy, was that a gift, because that, coupled with the fact that I've been around for 27 years, I've seen it all. When something gaps down that hard, you can either, continue that gap. And if that's the case, oh boy, get up and walk away, watch out. But you get to a point where you're so oversold where there might be a short-term dead cat bounce, as they call it. And a gap down is literally just a gift. And so I had all this cash I could deploy today. And I had a few things on my mind, Tesla being one of them. So I bought it pre-market, bought some pre-market, then added the minute the market went green. So the minute the market turned green, I came over here to my sector list and started monitoring what sectors are people immediately grabbing with both hands and buying out there. Where's the money flowing? And from that, gold miners, URA. Okay, let's bring it up. I wasn't in the mood to chase anything, so I bought some SMR. It's the weakest of the weak, as opposed to Oklo or some of the others. Oops, that's rolling over. That's not good. NXE is holding up. Prior trade of the week holding up. And then we'll just go to URA, the sector. So the sector, I'm going to keep an eye on this, but look at this. Opening, boom, you never had a chance. And that's why I mentioned to Barry, if you hesitate on these types of opens, you've got to chase. And the more you feel like you're waiting and chasing, the harder it is to get rooted in some good positions that can at least hold up for the day. And if we roll over and go back to lows, well, at least you got a free look and no harm, no foul. I've been taking paper cuts for the last couple of weeks. And so it was really hard, but I did it. And I will go through the stuff I bought. But I'll start with Tesla because I was watching this one the most. I was playing it yesterday, as I was trying to say, and got stopped out. And at the end of the day, I thought I was really kicking myself. I thought, they got me. And then I saw in the middle of the night, well, we were gapping down pretty hard again. I thought, well, this could be interesting. I was laying in bed thinking, what I want to buy? And that's the other thing I was going to talk about is Art Cashin on CNBC. You guys remember him? He coined one of the best phrases that's always stuck with me. And he said, chance favors the prepared mind. And that's really kind of what I'm getting at here. And thank God I was laying in bed preparing my mind. Okay, what? We're gapping down. Thank God you don't have to manage anything. So you've got a clear mind, Steve. What would you grab if those first few ticks in the market are just screaming buys? Tesla was first on my list. So I actually nibbled this thing pre-market down here around 383 pre-market. And as soon as it opened, I added to it. So far, that's my best winner. Art Cash, and yep, he was the best. He is the best. Is he still with us? I think we lost him recently, didn't we? Yeah, I can't keep track. All right. Then I noticed, I thought, man, gold has been, silver. Are you in here, Patrick? Silver has been so strong. I made the only thing that was my saving grace early in the week was I played HYMC and I bailed after right up here at the highs. So happy I bailed. Didn't buy it back this morning, but I thought, man, this silver and this PSLV is gapping down so much. I might want to play some of this. There's that little pre-market. There's it jigged down and then up, and then I'll take it. As soon as I got that green 15-minute candle right there, I said, that's it. That's all I need to see. That was probably the worst of it. So noticing that the GDX and SIL, more importantly here, SIL is the silver miners, whereas GDX is the gold miners. So I hope you guys can see I'm really utilizing this. I can't transfer this to you because it's my symbol list, but you can see it's just nothing but a basket of ETFs. And it tells me change from the open. That's my sort. And today was the perfect day. I don't care about the change from the close. I want to know what stocks were absolutely gangbusters once the bell rang. I should look that up. Ask Grok if Art Cashin is still with us. I think he passed away. But anyway, chance favors the prepared mind, and he's so right. And then so again, what else? Oh yeah, the nuclear stuff. Okay, the URA. I could have just grabbed that, but I thought, SMR has just been so beaten up. So beaten up. I could have gone with NNE closer to the 200 day. And Oklo is kind of the leader above its 200 day. But I went with the garbage, and I bought small size, which kind of allowed me to hang in there. So that's really the sermon I'm kind of getting at here is, with NVDA in and out with call options, near option. Yeah, there you go, Mike. So yeah, you just have to be prepared. When a baseball player steps into the batter's box, he's done his homework. He's got his pitcher. He knows what pitchers are probably coming, and he has to think quick. Did you guys see Dan? And I'm sure he was a proud father. You guys saw him talk about the video that his son made after market on the day that his son literally was home from school. Thank God to have a nice dad like Dan set him up with a little live account, but he made some trades, and he did it correctly and used his stops and LFS. Uncle Steve, trust me, Uncle Steve was screaming at them, sell as much as you can up here, but Junior has to learn his own rules, and he got out at 8. So he gave a lot back, but he still had a wonderful trade on it. Now he's built up his account and built up his confidence. But the point is, this kid had a prepared mind. And Ian probably has a better prepared mind than a lot of us. Why? Because he is, competing to be a quarterback. And freshmen and high schools are right around the corner. And he's been playing a lot of football. When the ball snaps, it's not emotion time. It's not think time. It's react. And those guys practice to react based on what they see. And there's no thought. They're in the zone. So pretty cool stuff on the mental side. Today, that was an opportunity. We'll see if it holds. I don't know. I hope it does. I feel like it's going to. Tesla thinks it's going to for now. And then I started grabbing some other tertiary stuff. What else might be interesting that I might want? Oh, CDE. I'm sorry. Quickly, I went to CDE on the silver miner front. Once I grabbed PSLV, in my mind, chance favors the prepared mind. I told you I was playing HYMC and also FSM Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They got beaten up. I moved over to CDE, which is another U.S. miner, and they've been sold off pretty hard. And I just figured I'm going to take this gap down gift. And boy, so far so good on that one too. Yep. I thought that sounded familiar. Thank you, David. He was great. Oh, by the way, the update, remember I told you guys I was dying to play some put options and some of these things. Well, I heard back from Schwab, and they told me, the nanny state that we live in, the 20% of the public that just can't handle it, the rest of us kind of have to suffer the slow kids in the room. A 401k that I'm trading is not allowed to short the market nakedly, and therefore I cannot buy or sell uncovered puts or calls, which is really a disappointment because I know exactly what I'm doing. It's my account that I trade, and oh well, it is what it is. What else did I grab? The last thing I bought was Andy. He got back and he said, he was out. He said, hey, I like the CLSK. I pulled it up. I took one look at it. By the way, look at some of these moves, you guys. But at some point, there's going to be a dead cat bounce. And why not at the 200-day moving average? So I took some of this right before I came live. Playing a little crypto ETF, this H bar, but it's goofy. I don't recommend it. Prepared mind on Kodak. I knew that they had really good announcements after earnings, and they said a lot of things that people were waiting for. And I've been waiting for the jump rope to pull back in Kodak. So chance favors a prepared mind. I entered like a half a position here on the open. I'm sorry, after the open. So these are names that I'm not pulling off of a scan, you guys. These are names in my mind. They've had a story behind them, and I'm using today the gift that was this gap down open as the Qs go to highs here. Boy, oh boy, the shorts just might have got stuffed in the mouth again. XRPI, I've been known to play this in the past, but I don't really want to take home a lot of crypto risk over the weekend. I think I'm going to take home silver risk over the weekend, which is enough weekend risk for me. Fear is always stronger than greed. But when we've been just kind of had a rough week and then we gap down as a crescendo into a weekend where most people don't want to take home risk, people were coughing up stuff left and right on, market sell orders at the open and pre-market. I've said all the time, you got to be contrarian, and there's a time to be the buyer when there's blood in the streets, and there's time to sit back. Today was just kind of that crescendo that I thought, oh boy, this has got to be it. It's just my experience, and I'm lucky to have it. And then DJT. This thing's been working me, obviously. Horrible sentiment, probably for many reasons. It's also kind of like crypto because they have a giant crypto stash like MicroStrategy. But MicroStrategy is getting a bounce today, but DJT isn't. That blue line I've got right there was my trigger line. So I bought some of this actually pre-market because it went below. And I'm surprised it hasn't bounced. Kind of not surprised, but reason I drew that blue line is I knew they would drive the price down to, let's go to a weekly. I knew they would drive the price down to, this is one of the reasons I don't like this tag. Sorry, Dan. Back here, these were the prior lows. I mean, this was all just when it came out of a SPAC, and then it sold off prior to the elections. And then there's the elections, right? I think elections are right there. And then something happened on the new year. I don't know what that was. And then so this stock, DJT, was up in the 70s at one time. And now it's just been, in my opinion, it's been nakedly shorted. No, there's not a lot of earnings there, but at the same time, I did that video with Grok that said this is like Warren Buffett territory down here. If you're looking for deals and steals, it's not a trade, it's kind of an investment. So I'm just going to leave that at that. But the blue line went off, and so there's, again, opportunity that I took from names and stories that I've been following. I think I got a great discount. I'm just going to kind of look away and see what happens. All right, guys, I will ramble if you let me. If not, I gotta remind somebody, if you feel like you don't want to interrupt, please by all means interrupt. If you're here to get some support and need some demonstration of something, let's do it. I can tease the money machine people. I'm not playing the money machine right now, but I can tease some of the people that Dan's going to have a pretty good presentation next week. It's going to be one of the final features added to the money machine, and it kind of ties a lot of things together. Let's see if I can still open that. It was a race that he gave me. Maybe it was this. Let me try this. No, it's going to be somebody else's layout. I don't want to do that. Hold on. Here it is. I am bullish for a dead cat bounce, Teddy. I am playing the dead cat bounce right here. I'm going to try and ride it as long as we can, as we call it, right up into the armpit. And the armpit is going to be right up here. It's where the averages are rolling over. Expect to see a lot of selling. And so I see a lot of selling potential here as well. So again, I'm extremely lucky to have some good basis prices today after kind of a lot of slow paper cuts this week. Kind of thought this would hold. So to me, I'm taking it 1/2 day at a time. If we can get through this and close above that, that'll be step one. But looking at NASDAQ and the SPY, they're both destined for their armpit. And here, the SPY, we're big reversal, and we're getting darn close to both of these lines corresponding around 677. So I got a good price in things. I'm going to let it roll. If we can bounce higher than take out 680 in the SPY, then all of a sudden the people who just got short are going to have to turn around and start covering again, and that helps propel us even higher. All right, what is this? Why did you just open this thing that Dan gave us? Bullish into the moving averages. Yep. I don't know if well, I'm not going to fade them. I'll take some off. I'll take some profits off, Teddy, but I want to stick around just a little bit and see if we can push through. So I'm going to kind of play both sides. It's the old sell half or sell a third to satisfy your mind and take the emotions out of it. And then it helps you stick around and kind of say, because if you sell there and then everything that you own blasts off through, that's the worst feeling. So you kind of play both sides, and you can't lose this way by me getting close to maybe starting to sell some chunks of some of the stuff I have here. Back to the money machine teas. All right, Dan gave me this, and gonna kind of preempt what he's going to talk about next week. These are all strong stocks, and they're all doing something, but they've all kind of recently pulled back here. And Dan he's kind of adopted my, hey, we can't chase things in the money machine strategies. They've got to be strong stocks pulling back. So the configuration is such to that. I'm happy to share this, by the way. I can actually share it now. Oh, hang on, let me log in. All right, I'm going to share this race that I'm now talking about. I don't think Dan will mind. But as we let it marinate here, as I go through these names, there's those of you that play the races usually know, and the key thing to think about here is there's usually one. That's an interesting chart. What is that? Leverage along CRCL. What's CRCL? It's an interesting looking chart. Oh, Circle. I forgot about Circle. Ooh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. What's the low on that? I might buy some of that. Yeah, I am. This is that stable coin. All right, just bought some of that. Off of Dan's scan. How do you like that? So stuff that's strong in the day and pulling back. But here we go. We're starting to get, he showed on Wednesday and have the race at the beginning. But yeah, but he had an epiphany yesterday. He called me and Stephanie and a couple other people he likes to bounce ideas off. And we all went, oh yeah, I get it. So, leave it to Dan to think outside the box. He's tying basically what we already have together into, concept, but more importantly, a strategic concept. And by the way, my stop is going to be down here. So I'll give myself an alert, not a hard stop, an alert. That's my risk in the trade that I just took. Wish the people that bought it at 145 probably coughed it up. Okay, so what are we noticing here? We've got one up. It just dropped. All right. Let's see about this one here, because this was in second place. Yeah, nothing special there. So here's the concept. These are, I think, 30-minute races. Yep, 30-minute races. And where do I go to get back there? Reset. The money machine is set to only trade. You know how the money machine now is like the top 3, the top 5 of a top list or whatever. We're going to substitute the race, the top list. We're going to substitute for a top list with a race. And this would be an example strategy, but this is the one that he's really going to key off of. And he's going to call it the one because there's usually within a race one stock that's just beating everything else. And so rather than try and grab the top 3 or scrape the top 4 or 5 in a top list and kind of maybe dilute the real champion that pays for the rest, like if you go to the horse track, you throw away a lot of tickets, but there's a couple big tickets. Well, we're always trying to find the big one. And, you know, a lot of people have thought it, and trust me, we get their emails back from some of these emails out about, hey, you know, did you see MY and whatever, LFS today? It was up, 400%. And rightfully, people sometimes go, well, yeah, it would have been nice to know that versus the other 8 that I also bought. All right, hold that thought. So what if we pair out the other 6, 7 bad ones and try to make it even easier to find the one, the chosen one? Getting a bit of a bug here on the drawing of this. Now SLRX has popped in. Or that was the same one, wasn't it? I'm sorry. So Dan, I can't run it right now because it is a developer's version, and I don't have access to the developer tools that they do. But I'm just kind of giving you a tease, preemptive concept of what to expect. Dan's going to show you guys live on next Wednesday, tying the race instead of a top list. But most importantly is the configuration of that race. It'll be something that looks like, I gotta connect first. Something that looks like this. One entry candidate, that's the key. And maybe you want to have up to 10. So as we go along, it's the ones that pop out and jump out on the top of those races. If you have a max of 5, well, then you get the max of those 5 hot jumpers that jump out. And we think, the proof of concept, that is a valid way to leverage our existing technology, to try and combat that legitimate, objection. Well, that's great, but Holly or this scan or that scan or this marketing or this money machine strategy, it gave me 10 setups, and that was the only one that worked. And so we're kind of making, well, how do we reverse engineer back into that? Maybe just try and filter out the noise that they don't even get a position, and we just use the one. And that's the concept behind using the race instead of a top list to catch the one. In this case, it's these 2. And so, these would be up there, SLRX, and the other one would be your top candidates right now. So that's the deal. All right, what's going on in the markets? NASDAQ won't give making people chase stuff all day long. That's a bullish read on the tape. There haven't been pretty many vicious pullbacks. I'm kind of most interested to see if silver can hold up. That's what's bleeding a little bit for me. But at some point, they got to breathe. DJT is just possessed. They just cursed this thing. That's okay. I'm taking a longer stand on that one. Chase too many things today, Michelle. Yeah. It's easy to do when you see just green, 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 green. And the long I was kind of saying on the open, I'm thankful for my experience that I knew that you'd have a very small window to make decisions on the open. Otherwise, the longer you wait, the more you feel like you're chasing, and the more you feel like you're chasing, the more you hesitate. And then you just feel like, you start to beat up on yourself a little bit if you're not careful. Let's see, RCL, I bought live with you guys. Small size. I would call it a 1/3 size. To plunge into something that has dropped this much with your full size is not advisable. What I would do is I'm watching as I said, I give my 1/3 size here. and I know my risk. I know my downside. I've already calculated in my mind what that is. It doesn't even matter. But if we get a pop like this, and then we start to hang out, and before you know it, this changes its tune. From yesterday, that line was pushing down on the price. If it starts to support the price, well, guess what? I might buy another third. And that's the art of kind of legging into the shallow end of the pool when you're going to be buying dips or buying major pullbacks. You can't just pile in and say, well, I normally trade this 5-10% of my account on a trade. Let's just pop in and see what happens. That doesn't usually work because the volatility is so strong that more than likely you're probably going to get wiggled out. This is something I did buy as well. I don't know if I addressed that, but it's starting to change its tune a little bit. Rumble. They had great news after earnings, and then they just got caught up in the downdraft of the market. And then this market and this stock is so dastardly, they basically tested this low here, ran the stops, and now once it started to show its little turtle head there, I said, I'll take a chance on this. Again, let me look. This would be a more like 1/2 position. But this is a prepared mind. This is on the list of things I kind of wanted to watch. I certainly wasn't going to chase. Well, I tried to chase that, but then I gave up quickly when it didn't close higher. And then I just waited and waited. So that's too bad about DJT. They're going to just continue to hammer this thing. It's going to bleed me a little bit, but I got other stuff that's working. All right. Oh, bottom of the hour already. Friday. What do you guys want to talk about? I'm happy to look at charts that you want to see. What's crypto doing? Yeah, hanging in there. Really like to see that SMR hang on. Might be dicey, but we'll see. I actually have a stop in there. Where is it, by the way? Where are you? Down around here. 26. I'm actually going to move it up 56. I don't want to be in it. And then that'd be around flat for me. So I'm just got some free looks today. No, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong darn chart. Okay, my current stop is 26. Yeah, I'm going to leave that the way it is. That's where I wanted it. See how I put it right under this little congestion right there. If we roll back over and give way of that first level that held, I was already in pretty much right about here. And then it pulled back and it held and I bought some more. And so now if it can't hold this level that it already showed me it could hold, then I want out. All right, what's up, Teddy? IREN. Interesting. It's doing what I was just talking about Circle, wanting Circle to do, which is reestablishing and retaking this curling 10 SMA here. And it's got to hold. It's got to dig in and hold right here, not only for the SMA, but also kind of for the pivot line. So if it starts to bleed back down in this level, like some of these stocks might want to try and do today, we still have a long day. I'm trying not to count my chickens, but as long as it holds here, it should be okay. Because most of the things that I'm looking at on the daily chart, they're all in no man's land. A couple of them have some semblance to them. Where's my stop on DJT? I don't have one because what I did here is I'm just kind of taking a position. This isn't a trade. I'm drawing a line in the sand down here on this one. And again, I've got 1/2 size on this one. Squiggly. I did not plow into the whole size. it comes to a point where the valuation, it's just absurd. So it's kind of like I said, like a Warren Buffett trade. I also think there's some naked shorting going on in there. So no stop on DJT, but that's okay because like I told you, I've got a plan for it. I have a plan. I'm not going to really jettison that plan. We'll see what the close brings, but I've told you guys before, more often than not, when something does something I don't like midday that I've tried to want to hold on to, and I just go, oh no, maybe that was a bad idea, get me out. I usually regret it by the end of the day. So that's why I said I want to see how it closes. I just want to see how it closes. All right, circle, I need you to hang in there. It's trying. Doesn't bother me one bit. Just going to let it wiggle around. Down $9 and it's $10, big deal. Small nibbling sizes on these days. And again, why no stop on DJT? Well, it's just, I really think they're going to use today to try and shake out this line right here was the kind of the prior low. And there's no news. I see no significant reason based on market cap and all the friggin' crypto and cash they have. Now, granted, if the crypto sells off, that's not necessarily a good thing for them either. But all right, does this have to do? Yeah, I bet you. Honestly, Teddy, I think it does, which in my opinion is completely ridiculous and overblown. And I think there's naked shorting going on. I think the pressure in crypto. I think the beatings that the headlines are giving them, rightfully or unrightfully, I don't care what you think. This is about as overdone as a situation as I can see. And I will punch myself in the face if I got all emotional and jumped out here at 12:34 p.m. on a Friday because a couple of red ticks and a couple of bad thoughts went through my head and a couple of doubts went through my head. If I did that and we came back at the end of the day and there's a big green spike up to 12, I'm punching myself in the face. So I'm not sticking around for that scenario. It's not hurting me. So it's not something I recommend doing. I mean, I'm not sitting here and I'm going to say write a book on this kind of stuff. I usually don't. I want to see strength, but there's just not a lot of strength out there in the market. So we've got to find ways to play things, which brings me to the last thing I bought. ANGX. I've tried to play this thing before. This is Angel Studio. I think people are getting real sick of the Netflix garbage that's out there. And if you don't like Netflix, well, ANGX is a alternative for people who have kids and stuff. I used to have kids. I know what it's like. And then all I needed to see was the relative volume. Boom. And then took out this big move up here. I just started bidding. So I've got a position and I'm in the money. I'm in the money nicely because I was buying it early down here. No plan to sell this one, but I want to see how it closes. MindMed is one that's been driving me absolutely insane. I don't even want to trade this thing anymore. It's just so spiky. Kind of reminds me of what Kodak used to be. Hello, Mohammed. I'm happy to talk about them. So I only use 2 on my 15-minute. I can tell you right here, they're starting to help me right off the bat. The first one is the 10 SMA, the most important. I call this the momentum line. And it holds the price down when price is under pressure, just like it did yesterday. And then when it pops above and closes above and goes sideways, and all of a sudden starts to be supported by that line, these are the type of intraday reversals that you can catch if they work. But this is the indicator that I would use to try and see if the tide has turned. And as I mentioned, if it does hold and start to go higher, I might add to this later today. And then knowing that this second one you're asking about is a 130 SMA, and it equals a 5-day moving average. It's not on my daily chart because it's just too many lines. But if you plug 130 SMAs into a 15-minute chart, it's a perfectly smoothed out 5-day moving average that it gives you a much better view and allows you to use that. So I would use this in the circle trade as an area of interest that I need to expect the sellers are going to jump into. And then once the sellers jump into it, maybe I sell a little, maybe I don't, maybe I watch for a pullback. But then if it goes again and pushes through a second time, then that's my green light to sit in this thing for a day or two. I don't have Netflix, Mike. See, I can't stand that company. I can't stand their programming. That's all I'm going to say. All right, getting some green. Is that pullback in the market? It didn't mean anything. The people who are waiting for a pullback just don't even barely get a shallow one. So still good sign for the day. Small caps are playing lagger, but I look at the small caps. They've got room to run. People who are looking for a pullback in Tesla, you're not going to get one. It's going to go sideways. And then so Mohammed, yeah, I'm watching this line right here, the 10 SMA, sideways 15-minute candles, 4 or 5 of them with a rising 10 SMA. It's just a recipe to push it higher right now, in my opinion. So I keep it simple. I use simple moving averages, and I have 2 of them. That's it. That's all I use for my intraday perspective. My daily perspective has a 10 SMA, which is also the momentum, the 20-day, which is I call the backstop, and the 50-day, which is very similar to this time frame, the 5-day on a 15-minute. It's basically a general bill of health. If we're below it, well, then we've caution. If we're above it, then we're getting our health back. Where are the best shorting opportunities currently in the market? Things are yeah, I would look for things that are popping up into the pocket, into the armpit, Teddy. Netflix kind of being one of them. They had a nice big push up into the 50. So if you can find things that are, pushing up into moving averages, I would just say this. I'm not going to give you a name to short, but if you're waiting for things to break new lows like this, look at how these people who tried to wait for the break, look at how their shorts turned out. So you have to sit back and be patient, wait for the jump rope to come around on stocks that are trending down. Netflix is trending down. So in hindsight, this would have been a nice one up here yesterday. Whatever strength we had yesterday after 4 or 5 green candles, these people are living on borrowed time that chased these green candles, and this is the area that you want to short. Now, you can build a scan for that. You can find things that are below their 50-day moving average, but over the last 5 days, the net change has been positive, 4 or 5% change in 5 days. But under the 50 SMA, you can just create a list on those and then just go down that list. When you're going to short in the market or anytime, the last thing you need to do is chase to the downside. Just like I say, we can't chase to the upside. You've got to be contrarian. And to short, you've got to flip everything upside down. You don't buy dips, you sell the rips. And once you've gotten a taste of how easy it is to wait for something to come up into your level after 3 or 4 or 5 green days, you short it. You have a couple of hours of not much pain, not much emotion. All of a sudden, boom, the bottom drops out, and you're off to the races. That's a wonderful feeling. So you got to just kind of look for those setups. I know it's going to be a risk to take home some silver over the weekend, but we'll see how I feel at the end of the day. I like this ANGX. It's okay for now. That's a nice looking shape. Why do I say that? Because it took out step 1, the the 5-day. The 5-day is starting to flatten out now. And then bringing up the rear is the momentum line. That's some sideways action starting to creep higher now. That's a beautiful imprint right there on the 15-minute chart. That's what I want to see to feel confident about a trade. But I don't need to worry about this one for the moment. Whereas like DJT, which I'm not selling, but you feel like, I got to worry about this thing. What's it doing? Matter of fact, it's doing the opposite, right? It's doing sideways, down, sideways. The momentum line picks it up, slams it to lows. It tells you this thing is still weak. Yeah, the best traders are ones who are patient. You make your most money by sitting on good ideas and then executing without thought and just being in a flow state. And the more you do it, and the more success you have doing it, the easier it becomes. Here's another thing I'm going to do on that circle trade. Because if it works, I want more of it. It's not doing anything. But I'm also going to set an alert here. So I'm kind of bracketing this thing. It's either going to be a happy alert or it's going to be a shit alert. We'll find out. I can imagine the market's been tough lately for a lot of new traders. I'm certain it is because it's been hard for us. So hopefully, hasn't been too bad for some of you. I've seen a few cancels, but that's always normal. Sometimes people say, I just can't take the stress of the trading. Now, see how that Kodak, I was kind of trying to catch a nice little bounce, but it looks like it might want to come lower. And the intraday is telling me that. It's kind of curling down lower. So I've only got 1/3 of this, I think. Yeah, just above 1/3. But I'm going to stay with it because I think it showed its true colors here. And this is just, the consolidation. It's just a matter of timing and laddering and legging into your position to where by the time you have your full size, you're at a good area of support, hopefully on the daily and this pivot. That blue line is a pivot, and the 10 SMA, I might have been a little bit early on this one. Yeah, 3 sharp. Well, once you do it once, you'll never get confused again. I didn't even know what I was looking at when we first came in. Which is a great example. Barry and I and Andy and Chris, we use this software every day. Then all of a sudden you log in one day and they've thrown you kind of a curveball. I get it. Sometimes we do that to our users with trade ideas. And usually when we do something, and when any software company does something like that, it's for the better. And our first reaction is like, hey, I don't want to learn something new. Why'd you do that to me? But after you do it a few times, you realize it's no big deal. Well, what they did is they went to StreamYard, went to a double kind of a forked output, one for people on mobile. It'll look great on mobile, and then one for people on desktop. But if you try to watch the mobile on desktop, that's really frustrating, I could imagine. I really want this. I really want to own some of this SMR. I mean, only because the story, but the chart has to confirm the story. The story is these data centers, they need power in the worst way. There's literally stories and headlines now of data centers that are cutting the ribbon and opening up like they don't have enough power. And you can't just steal the power from the grid. I don't think people would like that. So there's a huge demand for power, and the story was like really blooming on the rose. But then, Oklo was the leader of, hey, maybe this is the stock that the company that can get us going quickly with modular nuke power. And I mean, it's been a story forever. And for me to just jump back in here, I'm trying to think, is this the time where everything regains itself? Well, if we look at the leader, we do have a trend line. Nice trend line, Steve. Let's try this. Here we go. I should just be using that. Anyway. Yes. Yeah. You know what? I looked at this. There was another company I was looking at. I was trying to figure out. It doesn't matter, but at the same point, you're right. How are these data center stocks going to do once the reality hits? And, it kind of brings up an interesting point. I think I talked about this last week. I don't know if it's so much Michael Burry's short thesis, it doesn't matter, but Brian Rommel, he's the guy who's amazing at AI. He should be hired by Elon tomorrow. And he's a garage scientist with a small crew. And he does things in such a guerrilla type experimental way. Well, aside from trying to archive our past and make sure it's not lost with old VHS commercials on tape and microfilm from libraries, and he's trying to preserve all of our old culture before it's like overwritten. He has stumbled across the concept of, and it goes back to the DeepSeek in China, that big market reaction we had over the summer. DeepSeek, China is building incredible AI, but they're doing it on the software side. They're not doing it on the hardware, NVDA data center, giant hardware side. And so there's still, I think, kind of a debate out there, and that's kind of the unknown. Did we totally overreact and overbuild and not realize that maybe that wasn't the direction the AI is going to go? I don't know. I'm not an expert. I just read these smart guys, what they're saying. And Brian Rommel is going to build a private AI, which means it's not connected to the cloud. It's only you. You only upload it. It only knows about you. And you can connect it if you want, but it's all run an incredibly intense AI program run on your phone. It doesn't need a giant desktop and a fan and liquid cooling or something stupid like that. So that's pretty amazing when you think about it. And that's the big question mark for stocks like SMR and these data center stocks. Are they really going to be needed? And if that's the case, is NVIDIA really going to be needed as much as they say they are? I don't know. I'd like to see this little pullback hold here. You can't ask it to go in one direction all day. This is the midday. It's perfectly acceptable. Tesla's the one that's holding up the best for me, along with CDE. I'd like to see that hold and dig in. But like I said before, when I sell midday, I usually regret it. We'll see what happens. Mohammed, how do you create this positive versus negative market pulse? Well, I'll show you, and then I'll give it to you so you can have it. This is green data and red data. The configure is nothing more than new high, pre-market, post-market, and 30-minute. Small cap, nothing over $30. So you can change this, and you can do the whole market if you want, or you can do just small caps, or you can do just short floats or whatever. This one is basically looking at small caps that are doing something. We've got good relative volume on these. So these are things that are moving either up or down with vigor. And then volume, we have a minimum there. And what that just tells me is, in real time today, 68% versus 32 so far since running from the open. You've got to let these run from the open. You don't want to close these windows. If I start a new one right now, it's going to start from this point forward. But I'll be talking like I am right now. Then I'll look over and say, oh, well, let's see. let's keep an eye on this red line. If this red line shoots up like this, then a sell program's coming into the market, and whatever reason, the small caps are being affected. So that's the gist of it. And then here is the actual scan for you and anybody else who wants it. Mohammed, I'll drop that into the link there. All right, cool. You're welcome. Time to mention one of Dan's favorite stocks. Oh, the drone. I've given up on the drones. I've given up on the drones. Plus, UAVS has earnings. They've just been annihilated. ONDS, however, the software side of it did pretty good on their earnings. It might come back to life, but I'm not super bullish on them at the moment. There's UUU. Maybe that'll help bring in some nuclear. Somebody gave me that last week. I appreciate that. NLR ETF. I'd like to see that hold right there. Don't want to see this one get down below 30. But if it does, I'll take my lick and just move on. It's all about low risk and with high potential. Really, that's why I don't want to be stopped out of these. I really want to catch a possible bounce. And if it does work, then my time frame is probably 2 or 3 days into next week and then fade, because here comes the armpit way up here. It would, 1, 2, 3. Easily, this could easily bounce up under $30 quickly. I would love to participate in that, but I still have to manage risk. Yeah, so I use this all the time. It's just nice to just have it in the corner of your eye. If I see a big green shoot, it's like, all right, let's go. Oh, no, did I do that? No, look, quick, you got to check this out. I just clicked it, and you think, oh, no, what did I do? But look, all the way over here, you click that little button right there, and it takes you back to the beginning, thank God. So be careful what you click on. I'm able to trade AMDD, interestingly enough. AAPD, these are all single levered. They're inverse, but they're not leveraged. TSLS, I can trade. I don't know why I'd want to. But these have horrible decay over time. You don't want to stick around on these very long. All right, a nice good wick, and then maybe pop back up, and the NASDAQ would be ideal. And again, it got close to the 5-day moving average, and some selling started to jump in there. Same with the SPY. Here's the Russell. This goofy thing, we'll just wait and see what happens to you. Kodak's still hanging in there. It was ANGX to highs. I'm happy in that. Oh, DAMD. I missed that one. Yeah. Talk a little bit about wicks on candles. Oh, wicks on candles. On a 1-minute candle mean nothing to me. I'll just start with that. Daily wicks with daily candles, daily patterns. The longer the time frame, the better for a wick. But for instance, let's say like Tesla this morning. Now, what was another one I was thinking about? There we go. This is CDE, right? It was jerking around on the morning up and down, and then boom, that first candle, once that printed and closed, nice wick. Anything that's oversold with a bottoming tail, or anything that's overbought with a topping tail, they have to be preceded by a lot of run in that direction. And then, even on a 1-hour chart, even better. So I'll say this. They're more reliable on the longer the time frame that you use. Otherwise, 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, they're just kind of more noise. But what they indicate is an intraday reversal. Usually stocks will try, open weak and close weak if there's a big seller. But if they open weak and then reverse midday and then close on highs, midday reversals show up on the daily chart as a wick. And those are usually, that's the key word, reversal. That's what they represent. Yeah. And then in hindsight, when you look at them, they'll be like Mike says, they're normally going to be like below a level that is just an obvious level where everybody's putting their stop loss orders and going to do their other job, and then coming home and seeing that their shares were robbed as the market opened, cleaned out all the liquidity where all the sell orders were. They took the buy side and then continued to buy all the way into the close, and that's your reversal. Usually the retail is on the wrong end of that, and the smart money is taking over and starting a new run. Liquidity hunt is, a good way to put it. Stop hunt. Very.
Well, I like Netflix, so the heck with you. I just heard one comment. I came in briefly and I said, I hate Netflix and this and that.
We all have our
Netflix. I love Prime and Netflix. I love
Prime. Don't get me wrong. I love Prime. I love the ability to buy platforms for video on Prime directly. And my God, me, my wife, and my 2 kids, there's 4 of us on my Prime account. That thing's got smoke coming out of it. It's just busy every day.
Anyway, I just realized you don't have a meeting at 1, right? So that's why I'm a little bit late here.
No problem.
All right.
No worries.
And the other thing I heard you say that you don't have a stop for DJT. You're just going to.
No.
So what does that mean exactly? So, I mean, what if it went to 5 today? Just I'm going to, it's not going to go to 5 today. But what if it went to $5 today? What does that mean to you when you say you don't have a stop?
Obviously, I don't expect it to go to 5 today, but I basically can evaluate the stock at the end of the day. Each day, I'm going to evaluate it and see how it closes, and then if it starts to build on itself, I'll start to maybe add to the position. But like everything else, a starter position after 4 or 5 down red candles, it should be a 1/4, 1/3 size. And base my following day's decision, I'm going to base at the close. So I'll be busy with 10 minutes to go, weeding my garden, looking at things I don't want to keep or do want to keep, or maybe even add to.
So what we noticed, I was looking at my headline news in Interactive Brokers. Now, this term that they're using now, William in the other room said that a lot of times it can mean a margin call. So you've got. Do you see what I'm saying? Like this one guy. Nunez he surrendered 62,000 shares. Novatsky surrendered 18,000 shares. Glapes 13,000 shares. Yuhan. This is all today. Okay.
This is in a single stock in DJT. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. This is all in DJT.
Interesting. Where do you get this information?
Just give me a moment. Okay, I'll put it in Slack for you.
And interestingly enough, that's usually the moment when people have to cough up margin call shares. Yeah, that's usually a turning point.
Just give me a moment. So I just put it in Slack for you. Okay. That's from Interactive Brokers. That's my Interactive
That's right.
Brokers.
You said that. Yeah. Well, that's why I keep kind of referring to this as a Warren Buffett type trade. When he stepped in and bought Bank of America in 2008, and some of those other trades, and Apple, he was just, blood in the streets, and he said, "I'll take it." So.
I remember when he bought Goldman, and everybody thought, "My gosh, he's crazy."
Yeah,
and that was around 2008 also. And he bought Goldman, and as he finally, you see, it's this term surrender. And so William in our main room knows a lot more about this sort of stuff than I do, and he said that typically means that it's a margin call. Doesn't, and that's 100%.
I'm going to, well, actually, as we're speaking, I'm going to put it into like Grok or ChatGPT and just kind of see what they said. But Bear, you're going to get a kick out of this, like this. I got to end with this. So I've been going to the range, kind of like a Top Golf place where you can track your scores and stuff, your data. And where is it? Let me see here. Hold on a second. Let me find it. Yeah, here it is. I think this might be it. So I've been tracking my driver, my 7-iron, short game, chipping. I loaded it all into Grok to see how it compared to an average 58-year-old. This doesn't mean that I score well on the course. It just means that
Right.
like sometimes I can hit the ball kind of far on the range. And I was just blowing my mind because I was uploading pictures of the screen that showed like, the stats on your shot and turned that into a file. And
Sorry,
Grok
Steve. I'm in a short of StubHub, and it just really rocked for me
I'll
right
let
now.
you go.
No. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm
No, it's
gonna.
okay. No, it rocked the right way.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, I just lost my
Yeah.
chart. Let me open my file. Open my layout. So I was having just a lot of fun with the AI lately,
Yeah.
and playing around. Oh, you have to just upload a picture of what you took at the screen when you were there hitting golf balls, and it just
You
breaks
mean
it
a
down.
video or a picture? A video
Just a
or a
picture.
picture?
I took a picture and made it a file, saved it as a file, and uploaded it to
Mhm.
Grok and said, "How does this compare to other 58-year-olds?"
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
pretty crazy.
And
All
you were in
right,
the top half a percentile?
top 5 or top 10%. Yeah, I was there.
Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah,
Okay, we better go, or I better take over now, and I'll get
sounds
back in
good.
the other room.
All right,
Okay, Steve. Thanks a lot.
see ya. Bye.
See you next week. Guys, I'm back in the main room. I got to get these. Okay, I've added this screen to the YouTube room. Just give me one moment. Okay, music going. You heard me. Yeah, I ended up taking a short on StubHub, and while I was talking to Steve, it just took a beautiful little drop for me. Remember, I was saying earlier before I took my break, I said, "Boy, I just think this StubHub, especially if the market moves down a bit, because it's an earnings play, okay? And yeah, it had a rebound, but I don't think it would have had the market done what it did. So let me bring up StubHub, and I was able to get it right here. See that? See, I had a price alert right there for 1475, and man, while I was talking to Steve, it did this little whoosh down. So I'm out of everything, guys. Well, other than the short of StubHub, okay, StubHub. I've took myself out of the Kura. I took myself out of the NUAI. I got out of IE. Now I'm just going to wait on the StubHub. Now, here's the deal. It's coming right into the VWAP. So I think what I'll do, okay, I've just covered some because it might, the VWAP may act as support. No, well, you guys in YouTube were there to hear it. Steve was explaining some golf stuff, and I went, "Whoa!" Yeah, I've this CYCU. Where are you here? CYCU, huge area, guys. I mean, look at the high right there, 553, 583. It got up to 594. I mean, you can kind of see if it later on if it takes out 6. I mean, it's got look at all the room it's got. Next high over here is 8, and then here it's 9. So I mean, there's still room. And I'm not seeing any news on this one. Well, I guess this is kind of the news. This is an expectation. I don't know when they actually have earnings. So obviously that has excited people. And that whole excitement happened right here that day. Well, I'll cover some of it, Mike. You know, I'm in love with the wave. I'm definitely loving the wave and following it. So this allows me, you see, by taking some off right at the VWAP area, this allows me now to hold on instead of getting out of the entire position. I can now hold on and see. You never know. Maybe it just craters right through. There's no question that before I would have been out of my entire position. Yeah. Now there is an issue here. It has gone parabolic. I'd much rather see that wave catch up a little bit, narrow and catch up. But I'm not going to complain when you're in a short and it goes down about 40 cents for you, just like that on a $14 stock. Meanwhile, boy, DJT just continues. But I mean, this has been in a downtrend since 18. I would say right up here, I mean, that it's been in a downtrend since, let's see, the first week of October. Big names, China stocks are following. How about KWEB on its own? What is it doing? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, China stocks are obviously being hit for some reason right now. I don't know, to tariffs, this, that, rare earth, magnets. Who knows? But at any rate, a couple of big down bars on the 5 minute for KWeb. Come on, stub, take out that VWAP. Wish I didn't have to type it in. I don't have it. Well, didn't I'm sure I read somewhere that some um, some China company bought some property right next to one of your missile bases or one of your something to that effect. Nobody knew they did. They had done that, of course. Thank you, William. Okay. Okay. Well, there's remember that was orange all the way down. Now there's a bit of a recovery in some of these China stocks, obviously. Well, we're sitting right on the VWAP now. Now, remember, this VWAP line here. Oh, go, go, go. So that must be the VWAP without the pre-market data, and this is the VWAP with the pre-market data, which I like looking at a lot better. Well, I'll be surprised, Mike, if it gets down below 14. Now, there's a CYCU, guys. Boy, I mean, this could be that late dayer. I mean, it was a late dayer yesterday. It was an awesome late day trade yesterday, and this again could turn into another late dayer. Why? Because look, I mean, takes this out, and look at all the room it's got still. All right, so William says he's going to stick around till about 3:30 Eastern time. So when I leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, the room will still be open for anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half after I leave. Thank you, William. Speaking of which, all right, guys, I'm just putting my homepage link in one last time for the week. Show you the information you can have on my homepage. Subscription time. So if you do want to take out a subscription now or sometime in the future, please use my code. The current code right now will get you 15% off the first month only, for the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter which one you choose, either a standard or a premium subscription, okay? Those of you on YouTube, just to let you know, there's a trade, I call it the trading room. More active, more traders are here in this room. So there's a lot more interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a lot more interaction, you can come into this trading room and it's free. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. Now, Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. They are free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Next, if you take out a subscription at any time, you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos that will get you started. Don't have trade ideas, but wondering about it, what I would do is start off on that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about what the program's capabilities are. And hopefully that it could help make up your mind if you want to try us for at least a month just to see what it's like. Okay. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, 15 videos for those of you who are new to trading. It's all free. And last, if you're looking for my scan or my information, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are, custom scans. They're not technically all scans, but it's semantics. This is a scan, okay? This is the gap continuation or reversal. Way too active today because of what happened in the market, but I'll probably get back to a little bit normal on Monday. This one, I mean, it's a great compare count window. I heard somebody in our YouTube room ask about strength versus weakness or something to that effect. It's the same idea, okay? It's just looking at basically taking two competing strategies with very similar filters in place. One looking for stocks making new highs versus one looking for stocks making new lows. And it also works in the pre-market. So if you were here at the very, very beginning of the day, that cylinder that says 30% red at the beginning of the day was like 80% red. And, it's turned around, obviously, because the market had this giant rally. So momentum scan, I am sharing a momentum scan. I don't have it up and running, nor do I have the combo scan up and running. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, or you can take a look at it. The fact that I don't have them up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that, I've decided to really concentrate on just these two windows generating ideas for me all day long. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and the pre-market act is down. Here's the halts or zooms over here. And if you're looking for a couple of races, I have a couple of races that I'm sharing. So any questions about any of the scans? Feel free to ask away. So there was a question about, or a conversation about topping tails in the YouTube room. So here's a decent little example. I mean, here you've got a topping tail for stub and a bottoming tail for stub. So right now, direction unknown. Okay, topping tail, bottoming tail, then a topping tail, and we're sort of wondering, okay, which way is it going to go? Now, I would have added a couple of things to what Steve was talking about. You get a few topping tails in a row. Now, depending on, I heard him say, you wouldn't look at a 1 or 2 minute time frame. I've got a 5 minute time frame. But if you had a few bottoming tails or topping tails in a row, basically at the same height, that's trying to tell you something, in my opinion. Imagine you had a few bottoming tails here in stub. You had, see, you got that bottoming tail there, then you had another one and another one, say 3 in a row, and it cannot break down further. If the next candle would be blue, I would be looking at that as a potential buy long. 3 times the sellers tried, but the buyers always closed at higher. Three candles in a row. Now, does it mean 100%? I'm just using 3 as an example. Does it mean you need 3 in a row? Could be 2, could be 4, and it may not work. I mean, just because you get 3 in a row, about the same length, and you think, okay, well, you haven't been able to knock it down, so I guess go long doesn't mean 100% it's going to work. Well, this would have been a nice all-dayer, guys. I saw this one right about 9:45 SOC. Just didn't think it'd be that dynamic, but I think the original alert was at. Well, I can tell you what it was. The original alert was at 488. 488, and we're at 426 now, and it has been steadily down. Hardly any reason to take anything off. Maybe right here, but really. So, William, looking at a chat GPT regarding surrendered, and there's no hard and fast, but it says they are probably non-cash transactions where shares were surrendered in quotes, withheld or forfeited in brackets to cover tax obligations or vested restricted stock units? Because we were looking at all those surrenders with DJT and wondering, what did it actually mean? All right, stub. Well, you are now a little bit below the VWAP. Yeah, put a price alert down here. Now, I'd be very surprised if we were able to take out 14, though it did get down below 13 earlier. However, this is an earnings play. Just trying to see if there's any earnings plays that haven't looked at today and have any sort of volume. Well, here's one. Didn't see this one. This is what, Beezer Homes, I think. Yeah, Beezer Homes, BZH, guys. So, underneath the whole number. So it's positive. It's still positive, but it is underneath the whole number. Little sell flag happened underneath the VWAP, 2191. And the next low looking left is yesterday's low, which was 2110. So this is an earnings play for BZH, BZH. Boy, wow, look at this, guys. I didn't get it. CYCU. I was waiting maybe for another 6 pop, and it did it. It's very volatile, but wow, look at the room it's got. So today's low for BZH was 2162. Is that an angry hunger? Should be a word. Just waiting on these stub guys to see if it maintains under the VWAP. So at least the wave is now starting to catch up, although it is very wide. The best wave, in my opinion, is a narrow wave. It helps you keep in the trade because, well, it means it's not as volatile. And you can really see consolidation too. When the wave narrows, doesn't matter what color, when the wave starts to narrow, I mean, it makes sense, but you can really start to see the consolidation. And the wave is part of the standard service. So if you want it on your charts, just let me know. All right, guys, 1:30 just about. So I've got another 30 minutes or so before I do take off, unless there are questions, in which I'll always stay later for questions. William says he'll keep the room open till 3:30 though, after I leave. And I will remember to keep the screen up. Well, let's take a look at BABA. 120 and it's at 152. Okay. There's the 200 day. Like when? You mean as a short swing? You don't mean today. Or was that a misprint when you said 120? Ah, buy it and go long. I got you. Okay. Well, that would mean taking out the 200 day also. Wow, this is a lifetime high. BKV, guys. I don't know anything about these guys. BKV, natural gas. Okay. All time high. Or this SSRM has been on a run all basically all day. Okay, time to induce this one downwards. Did Walmart pop? We were talking about that in the pre-market. Yeah, it did. Well, the low was 98, back up to 102. Probably have to look at this on Monday to see if we get a bounce or something for SOC. I mean, this has been clobbered. I mean, $15 stock not that long ago, guys. I mean, that was less than a month ago. $15 stock for SOC. It's already in a downtrend, but boy, had earnings yesterday. Now, I'm not in this anymore, but the NUAI is starting to curl a little bit. And it does still have some room. 475 or so is the but look at the buy, sell, and buy. So but kind of consolidating right now, NUAI. Kind of see if it pops through this high on some volume, could have another late day run in it. All right, guys. Well, listen, I will hang around till 2, but I'll probably put myself on mute right now. If you have any questions, I'll hop back on the mic. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself. Again, if you have a question, I'll get back on the mic. Okay, guys, I'm just getting set to wrap this up. Getting way more out of this StubHub short than I ever thought I would. Two areas that it's broken through was the VWAP, and now even 14 for a while anyway. And you can see, look at the way it was consolidating right at the top here, right around, excuse me, right around 15. And you got a little. It's not that I didn't take it because I saw the sell flag. I'm not even sure I saw a sell flag, but it was that little break right here at 1477, 1480. And man, beautiful little short now. Remember, it's an earnings play, and it was really bad. Yeah, I was eating an apple, and a bit of the peel went down the wrong way. Excuse me. So now, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we've got a low down here of 13. I can't believe it'll get all the way back down, but one never knows. Ha! No, that's funny. That's funny. With that in mind, okay, guys, it's 1:55 right now. I think I'll take off now. So unless there are any questions, I'll hang around for some questions, last minute questions. I don't have to go. So, I'll always stick around for questions, but if I don't see any, I don't think there's any point in my sticking around. So the first thing I'm going to do though is just let the people on YouTube know I've put I've put my homepage link in. You can see it. Anybody who's left in YouTube. So if you do click on the homepage link, my homepage link, and you can want to get into the other room, here's how you do it. That room will be open until about 3:30. Okay, so for another hour and a half after I leave. So with that in mind, I think I'll just take off now. So thanks for all the help all week long, guys. Can't wait to see what happens on Monday with the market. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I will keep the screen sharing going, and I will put it on surf mode. So muting myself in the main room. And now I'm ending the stream in YouTube.